Well, that's certainly very frustrating. um, yeah, I don't know what's going on at this point. Um, it would figure that now that um, my actual project is going fairly well, that my stream would be would slow me down. Oh well. Anyway, I reset the computer. I reset the network. Um, that's the best I can do. Hopefully, it will hold together this time. Um, anyway, what I would think I was doing before I was so rudely interrupted by, streaming issues. The ones that are connected to the top row here, the top row is is black. Okay, so these will be whatchamacall, player one. Ooh, I kind of got this going in a weird way, but I think I can snake it through there okay. Yeah, that's decent. And then the bottom one will be player 2. So I want to get them mounted kinda like so. That way I will kind of understand what I'm doing. And okay, so it looks like I want to have them right about there. Now, if I was being really cool, I would pre-drill these holes. But let's see if I can just brute force it, because I'm being lazy. These screws are just some random screws I had lying around and not really intended for this. I think they're a little bit big. Hopefully I can get them actually in these mounting holes without breaking them. Sorry, I've kind of pulled it out of the camera. I'm trying to oh no, that's stressing the plastic too much. It's like turning white and everything. That's not good. Okay, well, what am I gonna do here? Well, I could pre-drill it. Give me a second to go get my drill. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see, what do I have in the way of drill bits these days? A lot of my drill bits have kind of died over the years, and I need to get some new ones, but I never think about it until I get started on a project, and then I'm like, wait, I don't have any drill bits. Is that a reasonable size? Let's hope. Hope, part 1. I think I'd prefer maybe one size smaller than this, but I don't have such a thing, so this'll have to do. So the question becomes, can I make that hole a little bit larger? To use that screw. Very gently, because I don't really want to drill right into my desk here. I know there's some questions out there in the chat. As soon as I get done with this step, I'll go take a look at them. Just me eyeballing all of this. I would usually like measure things out and be nicer about this, but yeah, this is quick and dirty today. I'm trying to brush all this away and hope I don't get a splinter, because this is not the best quality wood here. Okay. There, I think that worked semi-okay. So now let me bring these dudes back in here, and that'll be player 1, that'll be player 2. I should probably pre-drill the smaller ones, but let's hope I don't regret it. Ah! Now, can I get this screw through here? It's a little bit easier. Still probably stressing it out, though. Yeah, I can see it. I might have to go one bit slightly larger to enlarge the hole, at least. I guess I can do that. Alright, let's hope that's enough. I think it will be. I just hope I haven't, like, damaged the integrity of the plastic enough that it's just gonna, like, snap or something. But I'm putting my faith in the quality of this cheap Chinese crap. Oh boy. Amusingly, I actually bought these spring terminals on Walmart.com of all places. Now, Walmart wasn't selling them directly. They're just operating as a storefront, very much like, you know, eBay does or Amazon does for stuff that they're not stocking and selling directly. But I actually found these terminals from a few different places, and they happen to be cheapest slash get here in a reasonable amount of time. Although, to be fair, I think I ordered these back in February, so I've been sitting on them for a while. But they were, like I said, cheapest and got here in the reasonable amount of time from Walmart. So Walmart it was. Just seems like certainly an odd part to be getting from Walmart. And again, it's not Walmart proper, but still, I found it amusing. Alright, I think that's going to work. So let me go ahead and drill these two out as well while I'm here before I get too much farther. These actually seem... Hopefully this plastic will hold up, because it seems like there's less plastic on the edge on these than on the larger sizes. So far, so good. Those are actually also shorter. I don't know if you can see that in the camera, but that post is actually a decent amount shorter. So I might need some shorter screws, because as it stands, the ones that I got for the larger one are gonna like, this is only a 1/4 inch board, I think. It's pretty thin. And when I looked at those screws, it was like, okay, if they go all the way through the post, they'll go into the wood and not quite come out the bottom. But of course, if the post is shorter, they will come out the bottom, which is not what I want at all. I probably should have built this on a 3/4 inch board. I normally build these on 3/4 inch boards, but this is what I had on hand this time, so I guess I made that decision whenever I made this board, and now I'm stuck with it. Okay. come through the back side? I have not. Good. All right, that's pretty secure. It's a little bit crooked, but like I said, I was just kind of eyeballing it. It's good enough. The thing about this is it goes inside the machine where nobody sees it. And I'm the only person that has to use it. And I am kind of picky about this, so it's going to bother me that this is crooked. But 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm over it. Yeah. It'll bother me whenever I see it. I'll be like, Brian, why'd you have to suck? But Brian of right now is like, it's good enough. All right. So let's see. Looking at the chat. So, SeaWorld, I will tell the story of the 2DX cab in a second. Dad, the queues at H Mart. Oh, super busy, I take it, huh? Oh, Tiramazi, why am I using speaker terminals? Because they're convenient. Basically, so I will explain again real quick. These are going to sit in between, rather than going direct from the controllers to the JAMMA adapter. I'm going from these terminals to the JAMMA adapter. That way, I can stab whichever wires I want on whichever input I want. So that way, if I want to reconfigure and use a different button mapping, it's a simple matter of, pushing the spring terminal, popping the wire out, moving it somewhere else. Done. Also, for tomorrow, I'm going to be building up some N64 ones of these so that I can use... so I can do N64 in addition to PlayStation. And so for that, I would just pull all of the PlayStation wires out of these terminal blocks and put the N64 wires in instead. So there you go. That's why. It is... I don't know. I don't know if this is the best solution or the most elegant solution, but it's the solution I came up with. It's the idea I had, and I'm running with it. How's that? But, you have lots of drill bits that I can borrow, Dad. Well, you live far away from me. So, that's fine. I can get a new set of drill bits at some point. And I just should. Because honestly, these bits that I'm using are very old anyway, so... I'm just drilling little pilot holes right now for the screws to go into, just to make my life slightly easier. Alright, I will be right back in just a moment. I need to go grab some slightly shorter screws so that I don't go straight through this board and into my desk, and also so I don't make little pokey screw heads coming out the other side of the board, which will make it difficult to, you know, handle or slide into the cabinet or, you know, anything useful. So give me just a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I am already back. I have a bag of miscellaneous screws here. I'm sure to find hopefully something in here. When I'm working on arcade cabinets, I definitely like go to the store and purchase the correct screws. When I'm working on dumbass woodworking projects like this, I try and just use whatever the hell I have lying around. Those are a little bit too short. What do we got? I might end up just tossing a washer on the longer ones and calling it a day, because I don't think I have anything in between there. At least not that I'm seeing right at hand. Let's see. I have some. Do I have some small enough washers? Is the question. Yeah, I do. Smaller. Tycho Drill Master. Something like that. Simple Alex, you need sound Voltex. I agree, you do need sound Voltex. Unfortunately, I don't believe that I am going to be of any help in you getting one. But I am in agreement with your excitement over the game because it is very fun. And I hope that you will soon be able to play it in some form or fashion. Okay, so I want to stack 2 or 3 of these. Two should be enough. Okay. Anyway, okay, so, let me... Oh, SeaWorld. I'm sorry, I was just about to... I was just about to tell the story that you wanted to hear. If you're still there, let me know and I'll tell it. Otherwise, I guess I'll save it for another time. I spent over 2 hours going to hardware stores trying to find the correct screws for something. That is true. That is a thing that happened. Although, to be fair, what choice did I really have? Because it's not like, especially this particular screws that we were missing, you can't really substitute anything for. I'm just glad that I was able to find some locally. And I don't know that it took 2 whole hours. But anyhow, man, these are a little bit too small. Can I get away with these that are a little bit larger? Will they fit? In the spot? Not. I mean, they will, but not great. So I guess I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Sucks. And yeah, Night Saturn, you're not late. I am reading comments from a while ago. I was busy trying to get through a particular step, and I didn't really want to stop. So I kind of said, I was like, hey, I'll get to the comments and I'll get to the chat in a minute, and then that turned into probably 15. So sorry about that. Oh, I hope you have a good night. I see that you're heading out as well, so have a good one. Hope to talk to you soon. I'm very excited to see progress on your machine before too long. So, how can I make this better? I know how I can make this better. Well, I could get some pliers, but the ends of these wire strippers will probably do. Hey, that's way better. Thank you. It's like they're a little bit too small for this screw, so I have to like thread it onto the screw. And it was just difficult to do it with my fingers, so hooray, tools! Why? Why do you taunt me like that? Don't do that. I think I must have lost SeaWorld. Well, hopefully on a future stream he will remind me that he wants to hear that story. I think I've actually told that story on a stream before, but I don't mind retelling stories, so I guess I could go ahead and tell the story and maybe he'll catch it on the archive of this stream. Although, to be honest, I don't necessarily expect anyone to ever watch the archive of this stream. But who knows? Maybe someone will. Simple Alex, Hong Kong Sound Voltex not free. Well, I mean, it's not free here either. um, my understanding was that you don't have a place that you can play it, which is a shame. And I'm sorry if that is the case. I hope that you will be able to find a place that you can play sometime, because I am in full support of you being able to do it, because I think it's a really fun game. I want this for you. And did I go through? I didn't. Hooray. I did it. Okay. Just 2 more screws, and then I can move on to slightly more interesting things. To be honest, I think, let me turn my soldering iron off for now, because I'm not going to use it for a minute. The most interesting part of this is already done. But now it's mostly like mechanicals. Which are not that exciting, but I kind of saw your comment there, Alex, that you want my phone to play for free. That will not do you very much good. Unless the machine near you happens to be on the same network, which I'm sure it is not. Anyhow, oh, there it is. I was like, where is that other screw? Well, if you're trying to steal my machine, I feel like there are machines much closer to you than me. If you're in Hong Kong, you're literally on the other side of the world. And in fact, Japan is much closer to you, so you're closer to the source than I am. Well, let me just throw that right on the floor. Groovy. Also, it's not like, I mean, while I'm not paying per play to play the game, I did pay to buy the machine, so nothing's really free. Ooh, that's starting to split, actually. There. That's not the greatest. Oh, well. Hopefully it'll hold. I wonder why that one decided to do that when the other one did not. Maybe I put that screw in kind of crooked or something. Try and be more careful with this one. I don't think I drilled those pilot holes quite deep enough. There we go. Those are slightly crooked too, but like I said, I'm over it. Could be a heck of a lot worse. Okay. Let me clean up a little bit here. You want me to send it to you? Man, you don't ask much. I feel like shipping from the United States to Hong Kong is going to be a lot more expensive than you finding a machine closer to you. Okay, so now on the other end I need to find the same wires, which are brown, blue, purple, gray, pink, and black. Get those separated out for the buttons. And then red, orange, yellow, and green. Get those separated out for the directionals, for the joystick. I can just fold the other ones over because I don't need them. Then I just need to strip the ends off of these and get them inserted into the little screw terminals on here, which unfortunately is a gigantic pain in the butt. But it's part of the job, I guess, right? Not stripping very much on because these screw terminals are not very deep. I don't think. I don't remember them being very deep. And did I pick the right ones? I probably didn't. Player. Oh no, I did. Okay. Player 1 is on the parts side, player 2 is on the solder side. So these are the player 2 wires, which will go to the solder side, which is underneath. So what I'm going to do here is, I think, if I'm not, no, never mind. I'm going to pass these through this slot here to the underside, which is the solder side. Not that I'm actually soldering on this particular board, but and then do I want to, I think I did it this way on either side. Is that how I want to do it? I think so. Okay, so now let me get these through wires out of the way for a second. I have to insert each of these wires into the correct terminal and then jam these through wires in as well, which that sucks. They're really I'm changing my mind on how I'm just going to send them all through on one side, I think. It'll be easier, I believe. Yeah, okay. Gives me a lot more space. These terminals are not really designed to hold two wires, so this is kind of a tight fit. Up starts on V. Actually, I forgot. Brown actually kind of goes with the joystick, because on JAMMA it's start, up, down, left, right are together. Let me try and get them in color order here. Brown. Red, orange, yellow, green. There we go. I got to be a little bit careful, a little bit gentle, because I've got these wires here for the video, which I'm not removing, but they're a little bit delicate, so I don't want to break them as I like flip this thing over and work on it. All right, where did I put my little screwdriver? There it is. So start goes in there. Tighten the screw down, give it a little bit of a yank. Okay, that seems secure, good. Now, this is where I have to jam 2 wires in here. The first of 4 on this side. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. See, when I gave it a tug, it one of the 2 wires came out. So let me. I can maybe try twisting them together. They're just so short that it's not the best. I think I need to strip this one just a little bit more. It's not very long. I hate this so much. It's just tedious and annoying. Goodbye, screwdriver. Oh. Maybe if I put the through wire in first and then the real wire in on top of it. Will that work better? Question mark? No. I probably need to use a smaller gauge wire for the through wire. So that there's enough space in there for the two. But I know this worked because it did work before. But I also remember it being a gigantic struggle before, so that's consistent. Maybe if I use a tool to twist them together first. Is that what I did before? Possibly. Nope, that didn't work at all. This is useless. Man, I keep thinking it's got it, and it doesn't. In fact, that was way worse. Alright, I am gonna go find a smaller gauge wire to use as the through wire. I will be back in just a moment. Probably gonna take a little potty break while I'm at it. Boop. Alright, I'm back again. Let's see if this wire is going to be any more cooperative. I see where I might be going wrong here too. It looks like the bottom of the... It looks like the screw terminal sits up a little bit. So if I'm jamming it into the bottom, which is what I was doing, I'm actually missing the hole for it. So that could be my issue. In fact, let me stick with the original wire for a second and see. If I just get it in the right hole, that maybe it will actually work correctly. Ow. You know what doesn't feel good? Getting stabbed with a wire. This one's basically broken. I'm gonna have to cut it back and restrip it. Okay, yeah, if I'm actually like looking at it, I can probably get it into the terminal hole better. And then, in theory, it should work better as well. In theory. But yeah, I can tell these were definitely not intended to take 2 wires, certainly not 2 wires of this size. I may need to just strip this one back as well. There we go. Maybe that's all I needed, was just some clean ends. Nope. Still slips out. It would figure that the soldering portion of this was actually the easy part. I thought about wiring this first and then soldering after. That probably would have been smarter, because then I wouldn't be like attached here as well the way that I am. Let's see if this one fits in there better. But I think I just couldn't get excited about doing this part, and so I decided to do the other part first. Alright, is that gonna hold? Please hold. That's okay. That'll do. I don't think I would call it strong, but it doesn't fall out. So that's gonna be strong enough. Now, why is the other side being hard? That's only one wire. Oh, because I didn't loosen that screw. Good job, Brian. You failed. There we go. Nice. Okay, so I guess I'm going to use that wire instead, because it seemed to work better. So let me just pull these out of here. 1, 2. Except that I put this in the wrong one. B, C, D, E, F, G, H, Yep, I did put it in the wrong one. Man, I'm having all kinds of problems with what should be the easy part, but okay, that's fixed. Good. Very nice. Okay, now. Oof. That wire seems like it's gonna come out, though. Alright, I should leave this alone, because it is at least in there, but here I am trying to fix it to make it right. Hopefully that was not a bad decision. Yeah, it worked out okay. Groovy. Okay, let's hope the rest of these go better / faster. I see a few new viewers came in. If you have any questions about what I'm doing, I did explain it at the beginning, but I can explain it again, because otherwise I'm just I don't know what I'm saying. I realize I'm not talking all that much right now, but I'm kind of just focused on what I'm trying to do here. Maybe I should have made these through wires just a little bit longer. Again, I just kind of eyeballed them. Not treating this like an exact science. So, Tarbin, you're blown away that this is how I connect consoles to my cab. So, yeah. I mean, if I was just connecting a PC to the cabinet, then I would do basically what you're doing. I wouldn't use a JPack. I personally use a Mini-Maid for that, but it's kind of the same idea. The issue that I'm running into is that some of the games that I want to try and play are console games, and those consoles don't emulate that well, so it's difficult to do it on a PC, and it's better to just play it on the real hardware. But then, yeah, I'm gonna make those a little bit longer because it's just being a pain in the butt to be that short. But yeah, then you have to get a little bit creative. And the thing about this is, this seems really tedious, and it is, but what I'm doing tonight is setting myself up so that I only have to do the tedious part once now. Because what I'm doing is I'm wiring this up to these spring terminals, essentially like speaker terminals. That way, if I want to change the configuration of the controller, or change the controller entirely to a different controller for a different console, then all I have to do is just plug those wires into those spring terminals, and it's super easy, because originally I had the PlayStation controllers wired directly into these screw terminals that I'm working with now, and these things suck, as you can see, because I'm struggling with them pretty heartily right now. And so that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to avoid ever having to do this again. Yeah, the Mini-Maid essentially does, I think, what the SNEC board is going to do, as far as provide a PC interface to handle all of the controls and the lights and everything in one piece. But again, that is for PC, and what I'm doing right now is not for PC. So I don't believe that would help me out with what I'm trying to do currently, which is play console games on original hardware. Now, I did a whole series of streams of the Wii DDR games on, but the thing about that, which made it real nice and real easy, for me anyway, is that the Wii does emulate very well on the PC, practically flawlessly. So I was able to just run the games in emulation on the PC and connect up with a mini-made board and, you know, off to the races. Worked great. I came up with this solution that we're looking at here because when I tried to emulate the PS2 on a PC, well, it was shit. it just didn't work. It was unplayably bad. So I came up with this solution, which I think I said at the outset is maybe not the most elegant solution, but at least it works. You see now, you thought that the controllers would be wired to a single JAMMA connector and plugged into one side and the cab on the other. So, here, I'll explain how this works. Because I think you missed it at the beginning, which is fine. Let me just get this one wire in here. Hey, that last one went fairly smoothly, considering. Or compared to the other ones. I'm getting the technique, maybe. Strip that back just a little bit more. I'm just reluctant to strip too much off of these because it's such tight quarters in here that I don't want to short things if there's a little bit of... I don't want there to be any bare wire exposed outside of the screw terminal because it might short something that I don't want it to. Come on, you jerk here. Get in there. Don't fight me. The last one didn't fight me. Why you want to fight me? By the way, these 4 wires I'm doing right now happen to be the joystick up, down, left, right, which is where the arrow panels on DDR fall on the JAMMA, on the JAMMA edge, the JAMMA connector. And the reason I have a second wire in here, a through wire, is because I'm also, in addition to passing the signal to the console controller, I'm also wanting to pass it to, in my case, a Mini-Maid, although a lit board would work as well, for the purpose of lighting. Basically, so when you step on the arrow panel, it lights up. I don't have to do the same thing for the buttons, because they're they don't, I don't care because they don't need to light up. But that means that I won't need to be jamming multiple wires in there, which will make my life one hell of a lot easier. Oh, what is the deal here? The last one went so well, and now this one's just being a gigantic pain in the ass. This one's being almost as hard as the first one was. Not quite. I don't think I've failed as many times yet. But I'm getting there. I think this is a bit too mangled at this point. I'm gonna have to cut it, restrip it. I just wish these screw terminals were slightly bigger. Because the reality is, what I'm trying to do here is not actually hard and should take me 30 seconds. But because I'm trying to jam too much wire in here, it's just gonna fight me at every turn. I wish the hole for the wire was as large as the space that is opened up by opening the screw terminal, but it is probably only half of that size. Which is why this is such a damn struggle for me. I thought I had a process that was working. And then it decided not to work for me. Also, I have relatively small hands, but they feel like gigantic meat hooks right now. All right. Well, I'm going to take a quick break from this because it's just being frustrating to me right now. And I will go ahead and explain how this works real quick. But, so normally this would be sitting here like this. That's not correct. Normally it would be sitting here like this. So you put the JAMMA connector, the cabinet connector, on this edge here, and so all of the signals from the cabinet, the arrow panels and the player select start buttons and all that kind of stuff, come in on here. And what I'm doing is it gets it each one of those comes into one of these wires, which then goes back to these terminal blocks that I was talking about earlier. And that way, when you step on the up arrow, for instance, it sends a signal back to here, and then I would wire this to the up arrow of one of these controllers, and it essentially is like pressing the button on the controller, which is then, plugged in to the console, just like any controller would be. And so, essentially, this whole setup is just designed to make it so that pressing a control on the DDR cabinet will electrically press a button on on a PlayStation controller or whatever controller that I hook up. And like I said, originally I had this set up where it was wired directly from the PlayStation controller to this adapter board that I'm working with. But what my project that I'm doing right now is putting these in the middle, putting these spring terminals in the middle, so that I can reconfigure or change controllers easily without having to do this horribleness that I'm doing right now, which is screwing around with all of these screw terminals and trying to rewire it here, because this sucks. Actually, that's when I first put this together, I thought, well, if I want to reconfigure it, I'll just change things around at the screw terminals. But then when I assembled this the first time, I had, all the difficulty that I'm having right now, and I thought, God, this is terrible. And so that's why I came up with this solution that I'm doing now. It's just that means I do have to do this one more time. But then, never again. And frankly, that's great. Because if I never do this again, that will be wonderful to me. Because I hate this so much. Come on, go, 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 go. What I can never tell, unfortunately, is when I'm pushing, especially this through wire in, because it's kind of a flimsy wire. It's like, am I actually pushing it in, or am I just smashing it? So in this case, I was just smashing it. Because once I closed the screw, it did not hold. Please, please, please. Okay. That's secure. Thank goodness. Alright, moving on. God. What a nightmare. Did I mention that I hate this? Because I really do. I really, really hate it. So now I just have to put these wires for the buttons through, but they should be easier because it's only one wire, because I'm not passing another wire through. Well, the ground one I think does end up getting doubled, but The rest of them at least don't, so they should go in fairly quickly. Famous last words. Unfortunately, then I get to do this all over again for player 2. Okay, so it's just the next 3, ZAB. Okay. And it's blue. Yeah, you see that? When it's one wire, no problem. Like I said, this should really only take like 30 seconds. And when I'm actually doing what I'm supposed to be doing, which is one wire, that's correct. It takes probably less than 30 seconds. There we go. Unfortunately, like I said, for the ground wire, I do need to, let me restrip this again because it's, I just want to have the cleanest wire possible to hopefully make this slightly easier. And I do mean slightly, because obviously this has not been easy. Son of a bitch. I was like, did that actually work? First try? And the answer is no. But I thought maybe it had, and I got really excited there for just a second. Son of a bitch. One wire stayed and the other one went this time. I guess I could theoretically, because all I'm doing right now is just binding all of the grounds together. I could do this in another way. But I'm hoping I can just brute force it here and call it a day. It's a day. Hooray. Forgot one more wire. So we're on the solder side here, right? Yeah. And I want the service switch, which is R. Okay. Mercifully, this is another one that's just one wire. There we go. Oh, shit. I was afraid that might happen. I think I broke one of the video wires. I'll have to figure out which one that is. Unless this one wasn't hooked up at all, which it may not have been. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Seven. Is this the ground wire? This might have been the ground wire. I will hunt that down. They are unfortunately not labeled or color coded or anything under here. And I didn't build this originally, so I'd have to trace it back. Pretty sure that was a ground wire, though. Because there's really... all the other wires are hooked up, so... I believe that's, by process of elimination, the only one left. I'm looking for a picture real quick, because if I can see where that was. Then I'll be good to go. Yep, it was. So yeah, if I open... the wire broke, so if I open this terminal here, a piece of wire will probably fall out of it. Although it's such a small wire. Oh yeah, I see it in there. Okay. And this wire is so freaking small. Like, it's too small for my wire stripper even. I think, if I recall, I just stripped these with my fingernails. Or maybe I did gently do it with the wire stripper. Yeah, it's so small. It doesn't even grab onto it. It's so... small, it's hard to not just cut it instead of stripping it. There we go. I got it. It's no wonder it broke. Maybe I shouldn't even put this back in yet. I should wait until I'm done so I don't break it again. But I'll just have to be real gentle. Although I do not have to flip this board over again, so that should make this less dangerous. Man, didn't even grip that. I think it's getting stuck on the remnants of the wire that's in there, maybe. Having trouble keeping it flat to stick it in there. It wants to just bunch up. Dear wire, I hate you. There we go. Got it. Yay. Okay. Okay. I am going to take a real quick break. I will be back in just a few minutes, and hopefully we'll finish up this other side and be done. Yay. Okay, I'm back. Where did I put my glasses? Amazing. Oh, they're right here. I just did not see them. Okay, so I wonder, can I go ahead and reattach this and work with it attached to the board? I hope so. That will also prevent me from breaking any more wires by twisting or turning it over and moving it around too much. Apparently when I assembled this the first time, I put the standoffs in and I got one of them kind of not in the right place. So only 3 screws fit here. The 4th screw, the standoff, is offset. So too bad, I guess. No harm done. It works just fine. Okay. Okay, so now I need to separate out the wires again. I need brown was the start button, and then red is up, orange was down, come here, orange. Yellow was left. Green is right. Oh yeah, and the pink for the, I guess it'll be the test button on this side. So let me just get these all together here. Okay, and then the buttons are blue purple. What I'm doing is not actually necessary. It's just to get them separated out for my benefit right now. Blue, purple, gray, and black. I don't know if you can tell in the video there, the purple and the black are annoyingly similar looking. It's a very, very dark purple. And then these other wires are not going to be used at this time, so I'm just going to twist them around there out of the way. I guess I could have done that with these as well. And on the other end, hey Dad, welcome back. Yeah, I mean, I'm making some progress. Looks a little bit neater. Still got a little ways to go, though. Okay. Here we go. Pink will be first. Whoa. What side are we on? We're on the number side. We're on the parts side. Test switch is number 15. So that's this one right here. Very good. And again, since this is a single wire, not too bad. There we go. That's done. And then I need player start, which is the brown wire. And that goes into number 17, which is this guy right here. I am mildly concerned that having done the other side was a mistake. Or having done the other side first. Only in that I've got all this extra bulk here from the wires that are passing through to the other side, and they're just slightly in the way. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I definitely don't need any I don't need any help making this harder. Like anything that's inconvenient, even mildly inconvenient, is gonna be not my friend right now. Okay, so I need to cut some more through wires. Did I see your comment about HMart? What about it? That it was super busy? I did see that. You said there was a long queue getting in and out. And that I guess it was a new store. Okay. Alright, wish me luck that this will not be as horrifically difficult as it was on the other side. Maybe I should trim these wires down, because this is going to be a lot longer since it's not going through like the other ones. I didn't really account for that. But I also don't really want to undo what I've already done, even though it's not that much. What have I done? 2 wires? I probably should trim these to like there. Because otherwise this is going to be real loosey-goosey. Although I guess I can just put a... No. I can probably put a staple on it back here just to hold it down. It'll just be... Now, I'm going to do it right. The part that I've done is not the hard part. Like, those two wires are not going to be real hard to redo. Okay, so I want them to be roughly that long. Am I making the right decision? Too late. I hope I'm making the right decision, because if I'm not, all I can do now is cry. I just hope I didn't make it too short. Simple Alex, I'm not sending you a machine. Maybe if you pay for it. If you send me the money to send you a machine. I could do it. I think I made these a little shorter than I would like. Why do I hate myself? They were definitely too long, but now they're a little bit too short. Where did my screwdriver go? Did I? Oh, it's right here, hiding under the board. Okay, here we go with the part that I hate. The part that I hate the most. Let me see if maybe I change the position here. If this will be any easier for me. What the heck? Yeah, I definitely wish I hadn't trimmed off quite so much length. I mean, this will be a good length once it's assembled, but it's going to make assembling a bit more difficult, I think. I don't think that's in there. Nope. Oh man. It was in there, and then it slid out. No, I don't think it was. Damn. Is there a better way that I can do this? I think there might be. Or at least a different way. I think I might be able to just solder the through wire across. That way I don't have to be stabbing two. And that will make my life way, way easier. So, question. Where's my meter? Are these little posts here? No, these posts are going to be for the other side, aren't they? That's mildly disappointing. Yep. Well, it's not going to be real simple. Guess I'm just gonna plod on the way I have been, hope for the best. Thing that sucks is since I cut these short, if I screw it up, I don't really have enough extra to try again. Ooh. I have an idea. I have an idea that I think actually will work. Also, I'm an idiot. This screw is down. No wonder nothing is going in there. Let me try it again. I am going to try this idea. So if I take these 4 wires and I send them underneath, I can just solder them down to the posts of these screw terminals underneath. And then I don't need 2 wires. Jammed in there, which is what my struggle is. So, however, that does mean I need to pull this off real quick. Wait, will this work? Nah, you know, that's going to be problematic too, because those posts are real short and really close together. There's not a lot to bind onto, and I'm probably going to end up with wires touching, which I don't want. So, scratch that idea. It was an interesting thought for a second, though. Why won't you grab it? Just grab it for me. Okay, 1. Three more to go. Is that going to be a miracle? Hey, it's a miracle. First try. Nice. At least one decided to cooperate with me. Now, hopefully I don't break it. Thank you. That was not the worst either. All right. Last one of these. Hey, Kenan, how you doing? Welcome to my frustration stream. I have been swearing surprisingly little, considering how frustrated I am right now. But I don't know if that's like a... I don't know if that's actually like a good thing. It's just a observation. Come on, you. Just go in there. There we go. Nice. This is... You're asking what cabinet this is for. This is for DDR. At least that's the initial purpose. Technically, it is just JAMMA, so it could go in just about anything. But this, what you're seeing here, is the PlayStation to DDR cabinet adapter that I built some time ago. I'm just making some improvements to it to make it more configurable and also make it so that I can do things other than PlayStation more easily. Hey, those last three actually worked pretty well. Thank goodness. Okay. I'll just give you the real quick rundown. I've actually done this a few times, but the stream's been really long, and obviously you haven't been here the whole time. So, essentially, the cabinet comes in on JAMMA here. It used to be wired directly to these PlayStation controllers here, but what I've done is I've added these terminal blocks in the middle so that instead of all the wires from the controllers being in these screw terminals, which are a gigantic pain in the ass to work with, as you can see me struggling with them right now, you'll just plug the wires into these spring terminals, and that's real easy to do. But that means that I can reconfigure the controls quickly and easily. So if I want, the start button to be X, I just put that wire in there. Or if I want it to be square, I would put that wire in there. And it's real simple. And I don't have to fight with these screw terminals that are a gigantic pain in the butt. But it also means that instead of the PlayStation controllers, I can put some other controllers in there. And right now, I'm gearing up tomorrow, hopefully, if I get this done, well, I guess it's today now, but Genji is here, and we're wanting to stream the, well, I'm wanting to, and I want him to be involved because it's his game, the Disney Dancing Museum, the one DDR game that was made for the N64. And since the since N64 emulation sucks ass, or at least it did when I tried it, I want to try and use the real hardware, but that means I gotta build an adapter. So that's what I'm working on. I am definitely regretting cutting these wires quite this short. I'm gonna make it work, but damn, Brian, you did not do yourself any favors with this. At least I only made them uncomfortably short and not unusably short. Golly, I almost did, though. This last one's going to be a real stretch. Really? Did that go in? Thank goodness. Alright, well. There we go. Ooh, I do not like that first one. It's barely hanging in there. The first one that I did, the one that I struggled with the most. I do not like that at all. I'm loath to take it out because it will be a huge pain in the ass, but I think I have to, only because the wire is sticking out enough that it could short with the one next to it, which will be no good at all. Have I gotten any new cabinets in? About a week ago, or has it been 2 weeks ago now? I guess it's been 2 weeks now. I got a new Sound Voltex in. It will ultimately be replacing the Sound Voltex that I have, so not a new game per se, not an additional cabinet. Both are here right now, but ultimately my original cabinet is going to be sold, and I will have only the newer one. This one was the hardest one to begin with. But now it's even harder because there's a bunch of extra wires in the way. Well, not really extra so much as additional. I probably should have just left it. It probably would have been okay. It just looked bad. But committed now to dicking around with this for another 20 minutes probably. Hopefully not, but son of a bitch. Well, the whole point of this exercise is so that I never have to do this again. So, thank goodness for that. Because this has definitely been the suckiest thing I've done in a while. Please just go in wire. Nope. Didn't grip. Still not gripping. Why you gotta suck, little guy? Why you gotta suck? I should probably restrip this, but I'm scared to do it because I don't have very much length there. But here we go. HN. Hi. Hello. How are you? I would say I'm doing fine, but I'm not. I'm very frustrated because this is way more difficult and tedious than I want it to be. But theoretically, I'm almost done with the tedious part. Damn it. I thought that went in, but it did not. Kenan, is that like a broken loading spinner? That is definitely how I'm feeling right about now. Spending a lot of time and not making very much progress. Sadly, it's kind of in there, but it's not better than... I didn't make it better, I made it worse. Will you please just go in there another 1/8 of an inch even? Unfortunately, the more I work with it, the more mangled it gets, and the more mangled it gets, the harder it's to work with. Well, it looks like trash. Probably worse than when I tried to fix it. Than from before I tried to fix it. Is it holding? No, it's not holding even. Shit! Here we go. Maybe that's my problem. I'm not swearing enough. Maybe if I swear more, it'll know I'm serious. Can I go back to 15 minutes ago and not do this? Was it 15 minutes ago? It was probably worse. I will never watch the archive of this stream because it will just traumatize me. I'm trying to use a skinnier screwdriver to mash down the wire that's already in there, in the hope that it will give me the ability to add this second one. It's not really helping at all. Now I see. That is so fucking mangled. I think I'm going to have to start over, at least on the through wire. It's just too beat up. I really am wishing I had just left well enough alone. It was ugly, but it was holding. But I decided, oh, I should make that better. But I shouldn't have made it better. I should have left it. Because then I would be done. And chances are it probably worked. Even the easy side is hard now. Okay. I wish this end was cleaner, but that ship has sailed. This end is so mangled up that I can't even get it in by itself. And I really don't have enough slack left to trim it again. Since like an hour ago I was like, oh, I should make all these shorter. Idiot. You should have left him alone. Left him long. They would have been mildly sloppy. But at least, theoretically, they would be not impossible to work with, and you would be done right now. But no, you were like, oh, I should make this neater. I wonder if I can do this. I'm gonna open a little. I'm just gonna wrap this wire around here. Because I'm fucking tired of dealing with it. And then, can I just get the one wire in there? Yes. Hurry, tighten the screw before it falls out. Is that gonna hold? I think so. I could put a little blob of solder on that twist just to hold it. I guess I'll do that. I gave up. Let me just make sure that that's making contact. Sure looks like it is. It is. Excellent. Probably should have just done it that way in the first place, but I wanted it to be a little cleaner than that. But if I fight with this anymore, A, I will have wasted a huge amount of time, and B, I will throw it across the room. There. That feels nice and secure. Okay. That'll work. It's electrically connected. And that's all I need. It's mostly out of the way, but I'm just going to put a little piece of electrical tape on it. Just so it doesn't touch anything. doesn't touch anything it's not supposed to, I mean. Again, could I just go back to like half an hour ago and decide to have done this way and have that time back? No, of course not. That's not how time works. That's not how projects work. That's how fantasy works. God, I hope I don't break this by trying to put a piece of tape on it. Maybe I should just leave it alone. Clearly haven't learned that lesson tonight. Leaving shit alone. If I had been smart, I would have put a piece of heat shrink on this. But I'm not smart. But that should do it. Man, that is not as secure as I hoped it would be, but the wire in the screw terminal. But stop touching it, Brian. You're just going to make more work for yourself. More strife. Okay. So that part is done. I should test it, but I'm gonna move on to something more interesting. Something that will hopefully make me less mad. I've never actually opened a Nintendo 64 controller before. To be quite honest, I've barely played Nintendo 64 at all. So hopefully, when I get this open, the control board inside is not like some bizarro thing that I wasn't expecting, where this project is not going to work, but hope not. Gonna find out here in just a second, though. screwdriver might be a little bit too big for that. There we go, that's better. And one more. Oh. Well, there's some screws around the, what is that, a memory card port? Is that how these things work? That shows you how much I know about Nintendo 64. Can't tell, is that, or that, yeah, I guess those are holding it together up there. Come with me, Screw. Is there something holding it in here? Something more holding it in here? I guess this assembly, maybe. Yeah, alright. Taking shit apart is a lot less stressful when you have no intent to put it back together again. There we go. All right. Ooh, look at you. Okay, so question number 1. If the analog stick is missing, will the rest of it still work? Because I definitely don't need the analog stick for this. I also don't need the Z button. There we go. So let me answer my question real quick before I get too far down the line here. So, I got a Nintendo 64 here. Let me make sure that the buttons at least work. So the D-pad and the face buttons. And if those all work, then I don't care anymore. I assume they will, but hopefully they're not doing some crazy-ass thing where it's like, oh no, it's missing the analog stick. Clearly this has been broken, so the rest of it won't work. Shit. I think the answer is actually yes, it does. Everything does still work. But the problem is that with the analog stick missing, I think it's trying to go up all the time. Let me see if I plug it back in. Oops, other side. If it starts behaving normally. So I may need this analog stick like literally hanging out. That is mildly annoying. Not the end of the world, but I wonder if there's something that I can just like ground out that would make it behave. So yeah. It does appear, unfortunately, that having the analog stick missing, well, yep, appears to cause it to just want to go up continuously. Well, okay, that's fine. I'll just leave it connected for now. That's stupid, but it is what it is, I guess. Move this out of here. I don't want to damage it by accident. these contacts look a little different than I was maybe expecting. Hopefully these... What are these points? Are the... goodness. Game Tech Chris. Nice. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's up super late. Hey, how much do you know about Nintendo 64 controllers? These contacts for the buttons are not really what I was expecting. When I've done this in the past, I've always just been able to solder directly to the pad, but these don't seem like pads like I'm used to. So I don't know if there's a different point on here that I can tack onto for each of these buttons. For instance, maybe these little contacts next to each button here, if I can handle those. The other thing, which I'm getting ahead of myself here, is I don't actually know how the game works. I'm not 100% certain. Which buttons I really need. So they look like the variable resistance pads? Yeah, I'm hooking up the N64 real quick. Yeah, they're here. I had dinner with them earlier. I'm sure they're asleep by now, or at least I hope they are. Honestly, I wish I was too, but I'm just loading up the game real quick. There's a monitor up up here that you can't see on camera, and I just want to make sure that I use the correct, or that the buttons are that it uses are what I expect them to be, and that they're not something else entirely. You think I can scrape those pads down to bare metal? Yeah, I might be able to. Here's what I find somewhat interesting. Wow, that game took a super long time to load. Hang on. Let me answer my question here before I move on too much. Okay, so start and A and B. We're definitely going to want. And then, is it, wow, I'm losing video signal here. I may need to let me plug this into an actual like TV rather than a monitor through an adapter. Fortunately, there's one not too far away from me. Okay, that's better. That looks good. Guess I can do audio too. Maybe you'll hear that on the stream. Is the D-pad using some kind of weird matrix system? I'm not sure. I'm gonna go with maybe or probably, because to be honest, there's only 3 wires that ultimately go back to the, like, in the controller. Oh yeah, that is only 3. So it's clearly up to no good. And I already learned that if I disconnect the analog stick, like just unplug it, then it acts as though the stick is being held up all the time, which is kind of a problem. Okay. You're hearing the game through my badass TV speakers over here. Man. So left and right are left and right. Up and down are up and down. Okay. Or the yellows over here, the C. These might actually be easier to use. I don't know if the D-pad will allow left, right, and up, down together. Obviously, mechanically it doesn't work, but electrically I don't know if that's allowed. So I think I'm going to use these buttons, because that will make my life a little bit easier, I think. But let me see if the rest of the menus can be controlled with these buttons as well, because then I'll just wire these up instead of the D-pad and call it a day. And the answer to my question is... looks like yes. I can't read. Okay, cool. Well, that's what I need to know from that. So let me see if those buttons are simpler. Because it looks like these... oh no, why is it... well, now it's behaving like it's being held down. But I'm not sure why. Unless it's mad that I disconnected the Z here as well. Well, sucks. Guess I'll reconnect this and make sure. Probably gonna need a little bit of wick to. No, that hole's clean. It's the other one that's not. No, it's definitely not. Alright, I do need a little bit of wick. Alright, it's clear now. Alright. Now what does it do? Is it still stuck on down? No. Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna have to leave that stupid thing connected and hanging out there. Well, okay, I guess that's fine. Okay, well, I've learned a few things. I think I'm going to have to, I think I'm going to wrap this up for tonight. Because A, it's getting super late and I'd like to go to sleep. And B, I don't think I quite know enough about how this works to be able to wire it up the way I thought I was going to. So I think I'm just going to have to get back to it in the morning. So anyway, thanks to those of you who are still out there. I don't know. Hopefully this will work. We shall see tomorrow. Until then, have a good night. See y'all later. Bye.